Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our November ordinary meeting of Council. Welcome to all councillors present, CEO Sal, our General Manager and managers, other staff in the room as well, and of course those who are joining us in the room. Thank you very much for your attendance, and those that are watching on live, as this meeting is live streamed. And for those of you who have not the opportunity to watch a live stream, you can go back to that and watch it. They are recorded as well for those that would like to do that. But a very warm welcome to everyone. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions, bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Just a couple of little things before we invite our deputation this morning. I'm very grateful, and we'll introduce the Friendly's Pharmacy 777 Veteran Outreach Pathways shortly. But just a few comments, if I could have your indulgence, councillors and those in the room and watching online. Of course, this week and the next week, next couple of weeks, school's finished for many of our Year 12s, and primary school finishes for many of our Year 6s. So I'm sure councils will join us in acknowledging those milestones for both sets of students, and indeed their families, their carers and their friends. It's an important time of year for a lot of those across our region, and I know councillors have been attending many, if not all, of the presentations that have taken place so far, trying to spread ourselves right across the region, and feedback I'm receiving from schools is that they're very grateful for your attendance. So thank you very much for doing that. Secondly, obviously it's ironic, but it seems to happen on weekends, and this weekend's a bit the same with more weather coming, according to the Bureau. The last 3 weekends with the weather, and I just wanted to have a call out to our emergency services crew, and particularly the SES volunteers, who are doing the lion's share of the work in lots of these places. But in Clifton, the first weekend with the hail was doing a lot of damage. In fact, there's around 700 houses in residential properties in Clifton, and the estimate so far around there's about 500 of those houses have had significant damage, enough to be of an insurance claim. During that time, we had volunteers from the SES of Yarraman, of Inglewood, of Crow's Nest, of Toowoomba, Millmerran, and of course Clifton, all converging to help out, which was a wonderful show of volunteerism for a community. So a shout out this morning to all of those folk who've done a terrific job, and more recently to our teams as well, in the last few weekends when our teams right across council are out doing their bit as well, checking to make sure roads are safe, parkways are cleaned up and what have you. So Sal, if you wouldn't mind passing that on to our teams, we'd very much appreciate it, and to the community at large who have really shown what community spirit is all about in helping each other out. And that was quite evident, particularly at Clifton that first weekend, where people were helping each other out. So a big shout out to the community as well. Thirdly, and Councillor James might mention more about this when we get later on in the meeting, but of course the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, the silver award at the Queensland Tourism Awards, a great achievement with everyone involved. That was for the marketing and campaigns. And finally, this morning, a values moment for one of our staff. Very good staff, and obviously rewarded at the state level at the Queensland Planning Institute of Australia PIA Queensland Awards for Planning Excellence. Katrina Christensen. Katrina, congratulations on being named the Emerging Planner of the Year statewide. This award recognises outstanding young professionals who are making a significant contribution to the planning profession, and Katrina's achievement is a testament to her dedication, skill and passion for shaping great communities. Her commitment to innovative planning, collaboration and continuous learning reflects an incredibly high standard of work, and we're incredibly proud to have her deliver this across the Toowoomba region. So, councillors, can you please join me in congratulating Katrina on a well-deserved recognition and being recognised at this state level. Katrina, congratulations. Very good. Thank you for that, councillors. We move then to our item 2 today, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. Very pleased to welcome this morning on behalf of councillors Baden Johnson, the Chief Executive Officer, Olivia Smoothie, Community Relationship Manager, and Kerry Hirschbach, who's the Veteran Liaison Officer. And Kerry will be speaking this morning on behalf of Friendly's Pharmacy 777 regarding the Veteran Outreach Pathways, which is a community model for veteran health and connection. And on the back of the 11th of the 11th, it's a timely reminder for all of us of the great work that you're doing. So Kerry, I invite you to come forward and present on behalf of Friendly Pharmacies 777, the Veteran Outreach Pathways. Thanks, Kerry, and welcome again to Baden and Olivia. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you this morning about our program, Veteran Outreach Pathways. As I was already introduced, my name's Kerry Hirschbach. I'm the Veteran Liaison Officer. I'm also a veteran. I have served in Timor and Somalia. My husband is also a veteran and my eldest son is also a veteran. So I'm very passionate about being able to help the members of our community who have served and also their families as well, so spouses and children. I'll just keep talking. I don't think the PowerPoint's working, unfortunately, so I do apologise for that. We're very proud to be able to come here today and share the work that we're doing across the region. Our pharmacy's been part of the community for generations. Veteran Outreach Pathways was born from seeing a real need among local veterans who struggled to access coordinated, trauma-informed care. We're community-driven with lived experience and we have a holistic approach. And I believe that that is what sets us apart from a lot of other ESO organisations within the state. Yeah, next one. Okay. And the next one, yeah. So we began when we recognised that many veterans were slipping through the cracks. They were medicated, but they weren't supported. They were isolated, but they didn't know who they could come to help them. We started this with just 2 veterans. I had a meeting at the local RSL sub-branch downstairs and I was talking to the president and the secretary about this little idea that we had, and while I was in there, 2 veterans came in, they heard me talking and said, "I've got some questions, would you be able to help me?" And that's how it all started. We started with 2 and then 2 more came. And it's just continued ever since March of this year. Currently, we have 116 veterans and their families that we're helping with various needs at the moment. In our region, there's no comparable veteran support model. Actually, in Toowoomba, there is nowhere else that is providing support to veterans like we are. There are a couple of other organisations that have funding to support veterans, but nobody is doing the support that we are. Accessing support can be confusing and overwhelming for them, and families often feel forgotten. Whether you're a serving member who is overseas on deployment and the family is still here, without much support in terms of, you know, if one of the children gets sick and they can't get into a doctor, or they've moved from another state or another country and they don't know how to access the medical supports that they need, we're able to assist them with that. Our model is really simple. We meet veterans where they are in terms of where they are in their journey, whether it's at the beginning and they're confused, they know that they need help but they don't know where to start, or they're having issues along the way and they're feeling overwhelmed, for example, when they're dealing with DVA and their entitlements and their claims, and we try and assist them as best we can with navigating that with them and giving them advice and support along the way. And now I believe this is a quick snippet of one of our veteran participants. I felt it was really important to show you the impact that our program has on the people that are accessing it. So I'd like to introduce you to Jono, and I'd love to hear you, for you to listen to what he has to say.
Going for doctor's appointments and claims and stuff, and where I'd given up on a lot of hope for a lot of things with myself and my family is 100% improved with the different services, medication, professionals that she's been able to help direct me to seek out with, and the assistance with the claim stuff that I just flat out have given up on. So I can't thank them enough, and the staff at the pharmacy here have been like nowhere else I've ever been for. No other pharmacy I've ever been to have acted like that, and there's nothing else like this that I've ever come across for what they're offering here at Pharmacy 777 and what that the team does. So yeah.
So we provide a lot of services within our program. Some of you can see up there. So we help them with medication support. So if they're overwhelmed and on multiple medications, I can assist them by suggesting maybe they go on a medication pack. Our nurse practitioner also is very closely involved with supporting our veterans with their health needs, obviously. Given that we've originated from within the pharmacy, you know, that all falls within our scope of practice. We also assist with allied health referrals, so if they need a physio or an OT, anything like that, we can link them in with the services that they need. We also provide a lot of psychosocial support for veterans and their families, so giving them the support, the empathy that they need when they're going through whatever issues they're faced with. We're also going to be expanding very soon into S-ketamine therapy and TMS therapy. Both of these therapies are scientifically proven to be very effective in the treatment of PTSD, particularly the trauma that comes with PTSD, anxiety, depression, and not just for our veterans, but these services are going to be available for the whole community as well. We're not going to discriminate. Obviously, mental health is extremely important, and as a community pharmacy, want to support everybody in the community with getting help for that. So at the moment, we are helping veterans pretty much in the whole of the Darling Downs region, down the hill all the way to Ipswich, all the way up. I've been up to, you know, Bundaberg and lots of different places. Anywhere basically that a veteran needs help and they hear about us, if they give me a call, I'm going to support them. And obviously our focus very much is in the Toowoomba and Darling Downs region. And now I've got another video for you to watch quickly.
Yeah, when I'm in a situation, I don't want people to know my business too much, so I had a big problem and I was fighting with it to come down and see you about it. You give us the time. And to me, that means more than anything. When I go to the counter, the guys up there, John and Daniel and Dorcas and all the others, I say, "G'day Russ, how you going?" I say, "Oh, bloody marvellous, thank you. How are you?" Yeah. And it's a family situation where you're accepted into their family, not because you're a customer, not because you're a bloody veteran, but because you're a person, and they treat you as a person, not as a number, which to me means a friggin' lot. Yeah. You open him up, you've opened us up, you've opened, you know, like, I was hidden inside for a long time. And now I'm out there like a big bad smell. Yes.
Sorry, I get a bit emotional when I watch Russell and Ken. They first started the program in March when we launched it, and they were both very closed off, very sceptical. They're both 75 years old. They don't look it, but they're of the generation where you don't talk about your problems and you don't ask for help. We can't shut them up now, and it's amazing. So we collaborate with a lot of other ESOs, as I explained before. we work really closely with all of the local RSL sub-branches in the region. I physically went out and met every single one of them. So there's like 38 all around the place, and it was lovely. Lots of cups of tea and lots of talking. But I felt it was really important to have that connection so that they're able to put a face to what we're doing and understand that we genuinely are here to help everybody. And now we've got the last video from Ken.
My brother-in-law can vouch for it. I was an arsehole a lot of times. I wouldn't talk to people before. I wouldn't talk to my wife. I put my wife through hell. I put my family through hell. It has made a big difference in my life, and I'm so grateful for what your team has given me and my family. My wife, with the depression I was on before, my wife put up with hell. I have improved, and I can talk to her, but I can talk to this team. Might sound a bit corny, but you've saved my life, you've saved my marriage, and you've saved my friendship with a lot of people. You come in, they give you a wave, and that makes such a big difference to people like us. So I've been on antidepressant tablets for over 20 years, but I'd probably find the last 5 years I have been going downhill, and there is times when I know I wouldn't commit suicide, but I've thought about it. But since I've been here, that thought hasn't crossed my mind. So I'm eternally grateful for everything you've done and the team's done, and I look forward to many more years, and hopefully you can do so much more for a lot of people.
So basically, we need support. We need, respectfully, when you are out talking to your community members and you come across a veteran or a family who might be struggling, please mention us to them and let them know that we are here. That's really important. We're a community-based pharmacy, as you know, and we don't get any funding from the government to run this program. It's all done in-house with the amazing support of our CEO and Olivia, who I wouldn't be able to do what I do without their support for me to do what I do to help them. And basically, yeah, thank you. I'm really nervous, so I do apologise. It's not as polished as I'd hoped it would be, but I just felt it was really important to let you know what we're doing to help them, and it's really important to support everybody in their struggles. So thank you very much.
Kerry, thank you very much. You're amazing. Please give Kerry a big round of applause. I'll open the floor to questions for you, Kerry, if you're happy to take some questions. Apologies for a little bit of the clunkiness of the technology, so you did well. No, you did well to work through it. Are there questions, councillors, or comments? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I know there's going around through, and Councillor Kerry and I were out at the Harlexton RSL, and some of the younger serving members are concerned about how some of their members are facing retirement without some support. Are you, I suppose the question to you through the Mayor is that do Kabala, places like Kabala, Swartz and Borneo Barracks, are they aware to give literature to people who are retiring?
They are now. It's taken a long time to get access and appointments with the staff there, given the security restrictions these days. Back in my day, you could just basically go on base and go and talk to anybody you wanted to, but it makes it more difficult now. I have had meetings with the COs and OCs of both bases literally within the last couple of weeks. I've got a meeting with the Padre later this week. The thing is too, we've not advertised this at all. Every single person that's come to us has been through word of mouth. So, you know, whether the blokes go to their mates for mates coffee and they tell their mates and they rock up, or whatever the case may be, we're starting to get the word out a bit more now, but it's having the time for me to update the Facebook page, etc. But we have all different ages. My youngest veteran is 23 years old, who is struggling with his mental health. His mum reached out to me just last week, so we're starting the journey with him to put things in place to support him. My oldest veteran is 97, and he still comes in and picks up his medication packs every week, and he is very involved in the community and with, you know, being there to talk to other veterans as well. So absolutely, it's important to get the word out, and that's why pretty much every day I'm out meeting people. Weekends I'm going to the RSLs and functions and just spreading the word as much as I can. Yep.
Councillor James, question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. You said before that you didn't feel you were oh so polished. What you were was very, very authentic and passionate, and we can see and feel that. So thank you for what it means to you and the difference that you're making. You can see that through those videos. So I wanted to say that thank you so much for coming along and sharing it. And by us now knowing about it, exactly, it gives us that opportunity to recommend and collaborate and things like that. Question I just had, I noticed before that you had up there, so are you aware or have you spoken to Council's team just around grants or just possibilities that you may be eligible for?
We did have a meeting, we had a meeting with the Mayor a couple of months ago that ran way over time, and I do apologise because I tend to talk a bit, and he did let us know about that, and that again, it's something that we're, you know, step by step trying to get into. The difficulty we have at the moment is because we're not a charity, it's very hard to get government grants. We can't even get grants from the RSL or anything like that. The boss is working on doing that for us, but that takes a little bit of time, as I'm sure you would understand. So we do the best with what we have and the team that we have, and then when we're able to apply for grants and things, absolutely we would welcome that very much, the assistance for that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yes, as long as you're aware of that and the path to take and how to be assisted with that, that's fantastic.
Thank you. Councillor Shine?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Kerry, for your presentation. The one reads about the terrible consequences for some people who have suffered severe depression as a result of their service. Any idea, first of all, what proportion of people who retire from the armed services might have some problem of a similar nature? And secondly, locally, there are, like yourself, many women who now serve. Do they present with the same problems or the same degree as men do?
Thank you for those questions.
Kerry, sorry to interrupt, but because this is live streamed, if you'd like to use the microphone just to...
Thank you for that. In answer to the first part of your question, I can also speak from a clinical standpoint a little bit as well. When I got out of the Army, I did my psychology degree. So I wear many hats during the day when I'm helping our veterans. I would say unequivocally around 80% of all veterans have some issue with their mental health. Predominantly, obviously, PTSD, anxiety, depression, and all the things that are associated with that. And it doesn't matter when you've served, it shows up. I have my veterans that you saw today who have those issues. I have, you know, veterans from my age group, 40 to 50, who have served in Afghanistan, Timor, all that have the same things. In answer to the second part of your question, since the program has started, initially it was all males that were coming to me. In the last 3 months, I've had a lot more female veterans come to me. They do experience the same issues, PTSD, anxiety, depression. Obviously, for them though, it comes about through different experiences, I would say, compared to what males experience in service to a lot of degrees. And then also you pop on top of that if you're a mum and you've experienced postnatal depression, throw that in with your PTSD, and not a happy combination does that make. And so every person that comes in, I tailor their care plan to them specifically, obviously. It's great to have a formula, but it's not going to work for every single person. So it's about sitting down with them, working out the struggles that they're having and saying, okay, this is what I can put in place for you. This is the journey we're going to take with your mental health, and just support them with everything. And very blessed that they trust me enough to follow me along with that, because they know that if you take the time to work through it, you're going to come out the other side, and nobody needs to do it by themselves. And that's a really important message that I make sure that everybody understands.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, last one, and then we'll...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I probably shouldn't say this, but I will. Having a father who served and brought home all the demons with him and what my family went through, not his fault, no help whatsoever. And I think I congratulate you for starting this program, and I think it's a terrible shame that the federal government isn't behind it, because it's on the ground help for people that are here, practical, common sense help that people are going to take from, whereas they just let them out and that's it. And, even young people, very young people that are looking at retiring are concerned about, can't talk to their wives and they need to talk to someone else. So I think it's a shame. Congratulations, wonderful service, obviously very badly needed on the ground, but it's a shame that the federal government through Defence doesn't pick this up and support it in local communities. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carroll. So, Kerry, can we just collectively thank you again, and Baden and Olivia. Baden, thank you as the CEO for recognising that this is important for our community and indeed the footprints that you're far-reaching now. We do appreciate it. But Kerry, thank you for your service and your husband's service and your son's service as well. And can you also pass on our thanks to Jono, Russell and Ken for allowing you to share their story with us. We do appreciate that, and if you could pass that on, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, Kerry. Thanks very much. Now, Baden and Olivia and Kerry, feel free to stay if you'd like to. However, we will continue the meeting proper, and you can watch it online as well if you want to rush back to the office as well to do that. Councillors, we do move to item number 3, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence, and declaration of conflicts of interest. We do have some conflicts of interest, which we will get to shortly. However, we have clearly no apologies, noting a leave of absence. Are there any granting of leaves of absence that any councillor would like to bring forward at this point? Noting we still have another meeting in December as well. So if there's no granting of leave of absence required, we then move to the declaration of prescribed conflicts and declaration of declarable conflicts. We'll begin with the prescribed conflict of interest. Councillor Gary, I'll hand over to you.
In relation to item number 17.3, Infrastructure Services Group Report, and in particular attachment 5, Toowoomba City Aerodrome Recommendations Monthly Report, October 25. I request that it be minuted that I declare the prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4, Toowoomba City Aerodrome, at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 28th of May 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while attachment 5 is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gary. Councillor Bill, we'll move to your declaration of declarable conflict.
Thank you, Chair. My declarable conflict is in relation to item 8.1 of the Planning and Development Committee report, adoption of the Central Highfields Master Plan, October 2025. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the item number 3 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 11th of November 2025, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter, including voting on the matter. Would you like me to do
Would you like to continue there? Thanks, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Chair. And also in relation to item 8.3, Infrastructure Committee Report, the item number 4, confidential Highfields Kratzky O'Brien Roads Upgrade Project proposed land acquisition. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 11th of November 25, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. We move now to a declarable conflict of interest for Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It is item number 8.5 of the Corporate Services Committee reports, item number 3, quote or tender consideration plan advertising services. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Corporate Services Committee meeting of the 11th of November 2025, and of my decision to leave the meeting whilst the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting whilst this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor James. We now move to a declarable conflict of interest for Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is in relation to item number 8.5, Corporate Services Committee Reports, item number 3, quote or tender consideration plan advertising services. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Corporate Services Committee meeting of the 11th of November 2025, and of my decision to leave the meeting while this matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. We move now to a declarable conflict of interest for Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to item number 17.3, the Infrastructure Services Group Report, in particular attachment 5, the Toowoomba City Aerodrome Recommendations Monthly Report for October 2025. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4, Toowoomba City Aerodrome at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 28th of May 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while attachment 5 is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, are there any other declarable conflicts of interest or prescribed conflicts of interest? If not, if something comes up during the meeting for either yourself or another councillor, please indicate to the Chair at the time. Thank you. We then move to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 23rd of October 2025. The motion is before us that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council, special meeting of Council, dated 23rd of October 2025 be confirmed. Is that correct, Wendy? It's just ordinary. That doesn't need to be on there, does it? Thank you. So the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council dated 23rd of October be confirmed. So moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move to item 5, which is business arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. If there's no business arising, we'll move to item 6, which is petitions. Any petitions today? If there's no petitions, we'll move to item 7, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered as a mayoral minute, of which there isn't any today. We then move to item 8, which is reception and consideration of committee reports. 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee, of which there were 3 substantive items, noting that we do have Councillor Carl's declaration of a declarable conflict of interest for item number 3, and therefore we will do it separately, Councillor Carl, so that we can record the division of that. That said, would anyone like to pull out any of the items for discussion? Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, item 1.
Item 1.
Planning and Development.
Are you talking about item
sorry,
4?
Sorry.
Item 4, which is the Toowoomba Region Futures Program?
Yes, it is item 4. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Councillor Shine, we'll pull that out and deal with it separately. Therefore, the only other item we're not pulling out at this stage is item number 6. Everyone comfortable with that? Therefore, we'll work through these as the motions. There'll be, in fact, 3 motions. The first of which is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 11 November 2025 be received, with the exceptions of items 3 and 4. The recommendations therein be adopted. If someone moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina, those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll then deal with item number 3, which is the adoption of the Central Highfields Master Plan October 2025. And the reason for pulling this out is obviously for a recording of division, because we have a declarable conflict of interest. That said, the motion before us is that Council adopts the Central Highfields Master Plan October 2025, Attachment 1, as the strategic framework for land use planning and infrastructure coordination to guide future development and investment within the Central Highfields precinct. Councillor Tim, happy to move. Councillor Gary, second. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. So that's a unanimous decision there, Wendy, for recording. We then move to item number 4, of which Councillor Shine you've asked to pull out. Do you have any questions at this stage?
Yes, I do. Of the General Manager, I have submitted the questions to the General Manager. And
welcome, Ed.
Ask him to
Ed Johnson, General Manager,
them.
Planning and Development. Welcome to you. And good morning. So, Councillor Shine, you've submitted these questions, so that's given Ed the heads up. Would you like to ask the questions?
Well, it might be more efficient if, having submitted the questions, that the General Manager might be prepared to ask a question and answer it as well.
Thank you. Ed, over to you.
Most certainly, through the Chair. Councillors, the first question related to the reference group and the probable need for advice and feedback on the Toowoomba region planning scheme, and elaborating on the need and the expectation concerning the areas of business improvement and then service delivery. The reference group is primarily intended to provide feedback as it relates to the planning scheme in the first instance, but what we've looked to do is set up a terms of reference within that allows for an ongoing relationship with those folks should the need arise, and they can provide targeted feedback, I guess, on specific elements that council may wish to develop over time around business improvement, high-level feedback around customer service, how we might issue documents and those sorts of things. So it's very much set up to future-proof that. Whether we go there or not, I guess, will be determined of the day. Relating to the second question that was sent through in advance, within the report, there are references made to legal issues to be resolved, and that predominantly relates to, I guess, that terms of reference there for the reference group. A lot of reference. That relates predominantly to the confidentiality clauses and the terms for joining that reference group, the applicability of those confidentiality clauses given some of the topics that we would anticipate that we would discuss with the members of that, and then confirmation of the required legal review and processes for the procurement effort associated with the project. So that's the extent of, I guess, the legal issues as referenced. The third question relates to funding from other sources to assist in the delivery of the remaining work, and I'm pleased to inform councillors, albeit I'm positively assured you'll be aware that council has been successful in our application for the Improved Housing Amendment Fund, which will assist to the tune of $200,000 for the delivery of a component of the future works, predominantly relating to the residential aspects within the future planning scheme. So that's why that specific element is broken out as a separate body of work, because that's independently funded through the state government. The additional work that needs to be delivered within the program that needs to be delivered within the team, in addition to the planning scheme, and I guess the need to have a planning scheme team and an existing BAU workload team. That the strategic planning unit is a very busy unit and very thinly resourced at the moment, with more than half of its positions currently vacant, albeit we've just launched some recruitment campaigns there. That team work heavily with the state government around regional planning efforts, both the South East Queensland Regional Plan, the amendments that are mooted to that, as well as the Darling Downs Regional Plan. So very much working through that, the policy responses associated with that, master planning work, local area planning work, the local housing action plan and city deals, DA referrals, road closures and planning certificates, as well as a number of customer requests. So what we're looking to do is assign a single point of responsibility for the planning scheme work itself with support and augmented by external resources to deliver that, and then set up a team to carry out our BAU activities to make sure that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, through that. The fifth question relates to how that reference group works with our existing staff and the potential to and external staff to deliver the planning scheme. The reference group is very much set up to assist in guiding the formulation of specific policy responses based on experience either within the region and from their development experience, so on the ground, so to speak, as well as benchmarked across other local government jurisdictions. So very much there to augment our skill set, both internal and through a potential future consultant team. So it's very much a symbiotic relationship of three groups within that, and that's the intent. And then bearing in mind the money spent and the work already undertaken, presuming that some of it will be worthwhile, is it still worthwhile to engage at expense a fresh set of eyes and an array of experts? And the answer to that is absolutely. The body of work that's been undertaken is the body of work, and there is a significant amount of work that has been undertaken, but an even larger amount of work that needs to be completed. And noting, I guess, the BAU workload within that team, the vacancies that exist within that team, and the task to complete the planning scheme, we're looking to supplement our existing resourcing with external support to ensure that we can deliver this in a timely fashion and finish the project. So that's the intent. It's very much not to reinvent the wheel of the work already done. It's to build upon that body of knowledge and then finish the project itself.
That's covered off on you. Sound like 5 questions. Was that 5? Thanks, Councillor Sean. Any other questions for Ed? Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I do have a question through you to the General Manager, just around the wording of a minor change in the second part of the recommendation. And I note there are attachments, but could you talk through your trigger of what is a minor to what is a major?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. It's difficult to give an example without a specific matter arising, but what I would say is if there are changes to, I guess, the staffing complement that might exist, how we specifically deal with the project at a very operational level, I would call that minor. The general PCG, project board, those sorts of things, the memberships of that I suspect would evolve, and they'd be minor changes. But what I will say is every quarter within this resolution, we're committed to coming back and reporting on the progress. And so any changes that I guess are at that threshold or certainly above it, we would absolutely be bringing that back through, providing council the updates and ensuring that there's a level of comfort as we move forward through this from a governance perspective that we're meeting council's expectations.
Thank you. I'm happy to move, Chair.
Happy to move, as per last week's committee recommendation. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. So that completes the Planning and Development Committee. We then move to Water and Waste, of which there were 2 substantive items. Item 3, community consultation of alternate domestic waste bin size, and item 4 was the Watala Electrical Renewal Project. Would anyone like to pull out either of those? Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If we can pull out item number 3, please, the community consultation on the bins.
Item number 3, Councillor Trevor? Same item?
Same.
Okay, no problem. Therefore, we'll have, there'll be 2 motions to this. The first one will be that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 11 November 2025 be received, and with the exception of item number 3, the recommendations therein be adopted. Can I have someone to move by Councillor Rebecca, second by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then deal with item number 3, which is the community consultation of alternative domestic waste bin sizes. Noting Acting GM, Mike Brady. Thank you, Mike. Welcome. I'll hand over to you, Councillor Rebecca, and noting that Councillor Trevor's also got an interest in this one as well.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Acting General Manager Mike. So we've got this report, and as I understand it from reading this, the idea is we've introduced these different bin sizes, and the motivation behind that is because, broadly speaking, we need to reduce landfill, increase our recycling uptake, and we all understand the financial imperatives as well as all the other imperatives for doing that. And so I had questions about the breakdown in the plan that's before us, which is in a couple of parts. The first is moving forward, because there's been limited uptake of those larger recycling bins, that we go through a limited community survey to figure out why people aren't taking up the bins. And part 2, advertising the availability of the alternative bin sizes. And part 3, advertising the community benefits associated with what we're proposing here. So do we have a breakdown in those 3 aspects, what the cost is for those?
I'll have to, the specific cost for each of those I don't have with us today, but I'm happy to provide separately to Council those 3 particular aspects. Council, as you may be aware, there's a Council information session planned for the 3rd of December, which will go a bit more deeper into the proposed waste strategy, the review of the waste strategy. And so that's looking at the next 10 years. It's been planned, and as mentioned at committee last week, to tie this public consultation and that in respect to this into what's proposed coming through with that. So at that CIS in early December, we could obviously touch on some of those cost elements that you've asked for in a bit more detail. So that's what I'd be suggesting there. This is just so that we can get moving forward. As Council also is aware, there's an education officer in the waste space role that we hope, all going forward, that person, once we've got we're hoping that will kick off early in the new year, that role. So we've got a person there, hopefully that all our necessary box ticking there goes okay. But we're going through that as we speak. But so a lot of these things will be done from an in-house perspective. We'll also work very closely with comms and engagement team. Tanya's on board now, and Natalie, our manager, Waste, will obviously catch up with Tanya in very shortly, and go through those sort of more detailed elements. So that'll get worked through, and the discussion on consultation is definitely part of that CIS coming back in early December.
I guess my concern is we've had it now for 2 years, this program to increase the bin size for the recycling bins, and to upsize your bin costs $172, which is a significant cost for people. They don't have to do it, so it's a voluntary thing. And in the report it talks about the understanding that that is a factor, that people aren't taking up the bins. And I suppose I'm asking about the costs because I just don't want us to take the time and the money and then get to a situation where we are back here saying it's because it's $172 and that's a voluntary fee and that's more than what they have to do. And I wonder if we could find out those costs. Are we actually better doing something with that money similar to what we've done in the past, say for water tank rebates, and we use that money to as a fund that people apply to get their bigger bins through that? Are we doing this and getting a reasonable, logical outcome of spending that money, I guess is the question. Because I would bet my house on when it's all done, it comes back to us and says, people are really encouraged to recycle, they want to recycle, but $172.80 is a bridge too far. Has that been considered, a different approach?
Well, I'm pretty sure it has, from a point of view of that's what will be being discussed with council. What sort of level of incentive going forward from a waste management strategy perspective do you want to give for transitioning in some of these areas? And the issue, obviously, council's got to keep in mind is that we have about 70,000 odd users. Okay, so if on page table 6 of the report, that gives you the potential financial implications of various scenarios. You know, if you only did 500 bins or 5,000 bins, so you then add that up to 70,000 bins, you know, there's a significant financial balancing act to be done here as far as incentivising the community to transition further into the recycling reuse area and that level of investment. So it's balancing that against what uplift we can get in that recycling space, which is then benefits us in regards to the state waste levy, obviously. So that counters that levy to a degree. If we can, the more we can take across into that recycling space, reuse space. So I think that's the discussion that's coming back to council with the CIS, and also going out to the community to touch on these sort of touch points to ensure that those are, you know, that it's not just a financial. Yeah, financial is probably the most significant point, as you make, as you've mentioned, but actually, you know, seeing if there's other elements of in what we can encourage people to transition. So and the waste strategy itself is looking at where we sit now and looking at this next 10 years. So ultimately that comes to probably but mid next year that comes as a report to council. So the team's been looking at this in depth. This is sort of this first step, and it's just keen as had been requested by council. This is what the report sort of has come back to council as it was previously requested.
Yeah, thanks. I'll see what my councillor colleagues, they might have some other questions, but we'll go from there. Thanks.
Councillor Trevor, then I've got Councillor Carroll and Kerry and Edwina.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Rebecca, for your questions so far. My question is, on page 3 of page 9, background, the Council, through its 2025-26 fees and charges schedule, investigate and implement a fee structure that provides a financial incentive for residents who choose to upsize or downsize their bins. Where is the financial incentive? It's costing a ratepayer or a resident to upsize, downsize their bins. So to me, there's no financial incentive there. Hence why we've only had 117 people go on to an upsize or downsize of their bin with 70,000 users across our region. Where is the incentive?
That, I'll suggest to you, is coming with the discussions to be had with council in the waste management strategy, CIS, in respect to that. This report is in respect to engaging with the community. Okay, so it's part of the journey to get to answer that question that you're asking, and working out how best to incentivise the community for this uptake and have that focused, rather than just coming out with a shotgun and just putting out it's a 50% reduction or something. Now, we can do that. There's also, from a budgetary perspective, the budgets as they sit today don't allow for us to we'll have to consider the budgetary impacts of any of those incentives. And is that incentive then, just for the, is it for all, for 12 months, forever? These sorts of things. So when we go through and do an incentivised option, we need to just be considerate of all the impacts that may bring forth. I think we're all on board that it's, in principle, very well supported, and I think that's the main thing from within council and yourselves. But this report's about checking in with the community, making sure that we focus in on where we can get best value from incentivising this the uptake.
Thanks, GM Mike. Obviously, it's great that the bins are available. Certain households will upsize, downsize, and that's evident with 117 so far. I know you can't give an example of how much this survey will cost, but I would prefer that the cost of this go into an education campaign for the general public around what goes in recycling. We're doing well with it. We can do a lot better, but what actually goes in there? And then that may be the catalyst for what we're aiming at now.
I appreciate that. I think councillors will have a couple of opportunities. As I said, you've got the CIS coming up in December to have further discussion around the waste management strategy and some of the elements to that. Education is a key element in that strategy, in the draft strategy as it is. Councillors had a session on that back in August, as I understand. So these are the steps of taking it through. It's just with this report, the focus of the team was to get council support to take this out to the community and get some focus on the opportunity here. Doing consultation in itself and specific engagement in this space is an education in itself, because you're going actually out to engage with people through the process and giving them the opportunity to think about how they actually do their recycling. So it all sort of ties together at the end of the day.
Well, just before I go I'll go back to you, Trev, if you're not finished. Last week, it was mentioned that we're also doing the review of the waste strategy, and you've mentioned it a few times now today. Does this not get rolled up in that conversation as far as the strategy is concerned? So effectively what you're asking endorsement is for us to include this in the consultation that will already happen. Is that a better summary of what was mentioned last week?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so let's not get bogged down on this. Let's think about the broader, and what we're saying is let's include this in that strategy, right? That consultation. And that's the message I got last week. And unless someone heard differently, then happy to question it again. But you just heard it again from Mike. Trev, did your question get answered?
Following your comments, Mr. Mayor, with what you've said, is that highlighted in the motion that we're going to vote on now?
We just think that through. In fact, the Deputy Mayor might like to add that in the first part of that. You might give some thought to that, as that the endorsement of development, implement community culture in conjunction with that. That might be a way to make it clear for officers and clear for the community. So, Trev, you're finished. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologise I wasn't here last week, and I appreciate the comments and by my colleagues. My concern is more about I guess I agree with all of those, but my concerns about the red bin, and I'm on my own, it's not an issue for me, but my neighbours across the road with 2 small children sometimes use my bins to put some of their waste in because they can't fit it in theirs. My concern about the red bin going down without consideration going forward in the strategy and in any community consultation about flagging that there'll be a FOGO bin coming, because that's what half the red waste is. I would like to see that considered as part of this consultation and the strategy going forward, because the strategy is to be for another 10 years. And if we're thinking of taking a red bin back, there needs to be a provision for a food waste, which we've already established. I think it's something like 30, nearly 40% of what's in a red bin. I think that we need to be looking at that as well. And I'm happy to support this going forward, but I think we should consider that, because if you realistically want people to be able to manage with a smaller red bin, you need to have flagged that they're going to have a food waste bin as well. Thank you.
There's a fair bit to carry on before you get to that point, Councillor Carroll, because the cost of actually doing something with the food waste at the moment is an issue. But over 10 years...
Thank you, Mr Mayor, I agree, but 10 years is a long time, and if there's no mention of it going forward for 10 years, and other people are doing it. They had a trial in the Lockyer Valley, I think it was 2 terms ago. So, you know, a lot of places have already got it, and I know that we haven't done a lot of work on it, but it does need to be mentioned in the consideration.
I'm going to finish this off here in a minute. Right? Just everyone calm down. Calm the farm. We're getting carried away on this subject. This subject is about endorsing an implementation to include this in the overarching waste strategy which is being done. If that was included in that first part of the motion, I think you'd have complete agreement that this is part of that. As will Councillor Carroll, FOGO would also be part of that overall strategy. So let's not get bogged down on overcomplicating where we're at. It doesn't need to be mentioned in this, Councillor Carroll. It's got absolutely nothing to do with this. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks for that clarification, Mayor, because I have submitted some questions to General Manager, which, having regard to what you've said, may not necessarily be pertinent at this stage anyway. I just wanted an assurance, though, and clarify it to my mind. Are we going ahead with this survey now, or are we going to wait for the strategy business?
The strategy is, as I said, CIS with Council, which will talk through the consultation elements that are going forward with that, and it's intended that the strategy kicks off early in the new year. Yeah. So the consultation around that. So all of this in the first quarter next year.
Right. So this won't be separate. I'm looking at the cost of this because, you know, when you look at 117,000 people out of what, 70,000, I think you said, and my own, you know, one looks at these things from your own experience. Our red bin gets fairly well used, but the recycle one, and I get, you know, the Chronicle and the Courier Mail, so the stuff does go in it regularly, and it's only cleared once a fortnight, I think, from memory, but it's a lot less. And I just wondering about and I've asked you questions. And what's been the experience with other local authorities? One assumes it's been successful, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And who are they? And you know, there's sort of questions I think. Now, whether this can wait till the strategy that comes to us early next year, or whether they
just hang on a second.
Now,
just hang on.
I'm not too sure.
Councillor Shine, you've actually given a beautiful piece of information that community members will give, and that is part of this next phase. So if there's more of that conversation, that's great. Leave it for the survey. Leave it for the information. Councillor Duena.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for clarifying that. I thought we were just signing off on a community engagement for the bins, and I have been considering this all week since we voted last week, and my thoughts are also with the Deputy Mayors. I wonder if we really need to do community consultation at all, and if so, what the cost is, because I feel, as a ratepayer, I didn't even know these options were out there. I know they are now that I'm here on council, but I didn't know. So I truly believe it's probably just an awareness thing, and that people will come back with awareness and cost. And I too, which is exactly what the Deputy Mayor also suggested. So I'd really like to understand the budget of the community consultation, and are we now going to go through each item within the waste strategy to then... I just don't understand why we're even voting on this if it's going to be part of the waste strategy.
So just two things there. The second part first. There was a request by council specifically for something to come back in respect to this item in itself. Subsequently, the team through the last 6 months or so, since this was asked for, has come back and has placed this on in front of council to discuss this, and that this would like to go back out to the community and get input from the community. Then, as mentioned at the committee last week, the consultation in relation to this report will be delivered as part of the statutory consultation for the draft waste strategy. So timing has got to the point where the two can be done concurrently, which is planned to be delivered in Q1 next year. The plan is still being developed and finalised in consultation with our comms branch. So when we come back to you with the CIS in early December, the costs for that consultation, including this, will be included in that. And you will also see you will be able to have sight of what's going to be covered off in that consultation. So that's the proposed plan from the team going forward. So I think it's reasonable. As the Mayor pointed out, this will be part of what goes to the community early next year. And a lot of the specific questions that you're asking, some of those will be in regards to the cost of consultation, those sorts of things will be available to you at the CIS, and other elements around the feedback that will come that we're looking for, that will be discussed then as well.
Okay, but we're signing something off without knowing the costs.
Not necessarily. The cost is within the current budget, okay? We're not asking for any additional budget with this in respect to consultation. So it's within the current operational budgets. So the budget from a council perspective is there.
Okay. And just one thing just to consider is this is all existing homes and existing ratepayers, but whether we look at a plan too for future houses coming online, whether they move to a different bin option as well, just for the future planning. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's linked into that waste strategy going forward this next 10 years, which I think council will be very keen to discuss.
Councillor Bill and Councillor James and Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My suggestion through you, Chair, to the GM or the CEO cell is that we must proceed, and we must move through the elements of our strategic waste management or our waste management strategy. However, for correctness, can we ensure that the 3rd of December is a workshop? Because some of the questions coming out here would be very well suited in, and my suggestion, and I'm the last one to wordsmith on the run, but that it's in conjunction with a strategic workshop, that the discussion inform the development and implementation of a community consultation plan as part of the waste management strategy moving forward, something like that. But I think we should, that instead of an information session, I think there's opportunity for us to reach a a central reference point where the boardroom is comfortable to move forward with a strategy or not, or how that ties in with the overarching waste management strategy. So I just think that's probably for correctness. That covers us all as well, because a CIS is not a decision-making forum. So yeah, that's my suggestion.
Yeah, look, the journey, the CIS consultation, everything else is, there'll be another CIS after the consultation next year with regards to the proposed waste strategy review that's happening. And then mid-year there's a report to council. So none of it...
Sorry to cut in, Mike.
Nothing's getting signed off until council signs off.
Sorry to cut in. Look, I get that. But there's obviously an uneasiness. Having been through, may I say, the trauma of the implementation of waste strategy and rationalising of waste management sites and facilities, and the sensitivities around that, I think it's really important for councillors to feel comfortable about what is possibly going out as part of the consultate. What is the framework for that? What is the intent? Because there's nothing worse, I can assure you, as a councillor, when you're out there at the barbecue and someone you know really well fires a question at you and you're not quite sure of the content. Because in that recommendation, there's nothing there that gives me comfort that says that I will know the framework of that consultation before it goes out. All I'm saying is, let's have a workshop, agree on some key points and move forward. And that'll be for the majority to decide what that looks like, whether it's a... We've had a mention of some people don't want to even do a survey. So we probably need to agree on do we, don't we? If we do, what does that framework look like? Because I'd like to know what constituents are being asked as part of that consultation process. But whatever we do, I don't care, we have to move forward because waste management is an affordability issue. We all agree moving forward, but it's also a sensitive one.
I think, Councillor Carl, to satisfy your comments there, the CIS would be turned into a workshop on whatever it is, early December. That's a summary. Good. Well, CEO will take that on board as well. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Comment and a question, if I can. The first thing I think, and you sort of touched on it before, I think it's important that we really come back to the fact this is a singular topic asking for a singular outcome, and that outcome is to endorse the development of a community consultation plan to go on a fact-finding mission around this from community, and we always talk about consulting with community. So I think that's what we're voting on here, but we're getting, and I know it forms a part of what will be the waste strategy, which is important, which is the overarching thing, which incorporates a whole lot of other things that we've brought up today. So my question, I suppose, on this is, and just for the record, I'm comfortable with it as I was at committee. However, understanding and seeing there is some unease around it, and understanding that if we endorse this today, or if we by resolution pass this today, regardless of the cost of it, this is what we're doing. We're going to a consultation plan. I think, Mike, you mentioned that there's either a workshop or an info session or whatever it's going to be on the 3rd of December. That's not that far away. What is the implication, or is there any reason this cannot be deferred for a month, basically after that information session / workshop? That way, a lot of the questions that have been asked or the concerns that have been raised here potentially can be answered, informed, consulted on what that consultation plan looks like, what we're actually asking, is it around incentives, just all of these sort of things here. So I guess my question for you is there any risk or any in it being deferred 1 month, noting that info session is scheduled for the 3rd of December, which would be before the next committee ordinary meeting anyway?
Potentially not. I think it is a timing thing that the team's just working with, but obviously it's council's decision ultimately whether you wish to defer and take it to December. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mike, just in answer, just to perhaps add to that conversation, you mentioned that the reason it's back is because council asked for information, so it's come back. Just what has happened is because the passage of time, they've all lined up together. And so they'll go out together at the same time. That's why there's an obligation for officers to have come back to here. But I agree, conversations on the 3rd or whatever date that is may well assist whatever outcome there is we're being asked of today. So given that, there really doesn't seem to be an issue regarding timing, to be fair.
It's not, I don't think it's critical in respect to a month, but it's only a few weeks before we get to...
Maybe I'll just interject if I may. If we do an info session, I won't have time to get to ordinary. If we do a workshop, we potentially can get to ordinary because I need to issue papers this week if we're doing committee. So we need to make a determination whether we go to a workshop on the 3rd of December, at which we can then hustle our little feet to then get a paper directly to ordinary. Otherwise, it'll be carried over to the new year. I just don't have the time.
So I appreciate the info. That's why I said it's important to understand that because, as I said before, I'm comfortable with where it was, but sensing, wanting to get the best outcome for community and what's involved here. That's why I asked that question because I don't really understand. Mike, you mentioned before that this workshop, or is to be held on the 3rd of December, will discuss a lot of the items or potentially part of the items that are in this. I don't really understand the point of having any conversation about it until you get your feedback back anyway.
Can I just reference council back, I think it was August, you had a information session back in August this year on waste, and a lot of the matters that are in the waste strategy were discussed with you at that time. So I had a look at that last night, and the outcome of that was to continue on the direction basically that the team was on at that point in time. So taking that information from that CIS forward. As the Mayor's pointed out, this is really due to time. The consultation specifically for this element or this activity is lining up to sit neatly with going out with the waste strategy. The CIS in December 3rd was planned to take the next step from the August CIS that council has had, which discussed various different opportunities under the waste strategy, and to go out to the community with that, so that the CIS for December is looking at how that would be rolled out and some of the key items that would be part of that discussion. So it was only allowed for an hour or so on the 3rd and keeping council in the play. There's no decisions being made about these things other than moving forward with getting the community's input into this. So, and as part of the waste strategy itself, there has to be a level of statutory consultation. Sure. So I don't think there's any risk to council whatsoever in continuing with the recommendations that went through committee last week. It will be tied in with the rest of the waste strategy that's happening, the development of that, and it will all come together. So that consultation will happen. So this is just steps along the way, and as the Mayor's pointed out, the two have just aligned from a time point of view. So we can just tie it all together.
Can I ask, so sorry, Mayor, you come to me, apologies. When do we expect this if this is by resolution today, when are we expecting this consultation to hit mailboxes, inboxes by?
Probably next year, first quarter next year. My guess is I think the planning's around February next year.
That's when the consultation will go out, February next year?
At some point, so quarter one is probably that's in respect to the waste strategy. That's if council's on board with it all.
I mean for this exact
including this.
February next year.
Yes.
So there's really no. So that what we're talking about, the rush to get it to the next meeting, is neither here nor there. If that's what I'm hearing.
I think it's part of the preparation that the team's trying to get sorted.
But I mean, if we're having a workshop on the 3rd of December that helps form up what the consultation is going to be, that's going to go out in February, which if it goes to an ordinary meeting of December, whatever date it is, we still then have across. And again, tell me if my timelines are completely wrong. I respect and it's all well and good to say it around this table. I'm not the one that has to do it, but yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around timelines, man. You know what I mean? I'll move on for now.
Can I just circumnavigate the conversation and hopefully land on something that we can all agree on, and that is simply that council endorse the inclusion of the better understanding of factors influencing uptake of 360 litre bins and 140 litre bins at and during the consultation for the broader waste strategy, and just leave it at that. So just that's all we're trying to do, but we spent an hour trying to work it out, and I think that's all it is. Councillor Rebecca.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Because the problem with the committee recommendation is that it's not what you just said. Then it's saying that for a distinct body of work, and councillors weren't provided with any information about the budget for that, or the nature of it and how it all intersected with the broader waste strategy. So I think that this is ultimately very salvageable and totally redeemable by just saying that council endorsed a better understanding of the uptake of the bins included in the broader waste strategy.
That's where
the council progress with that, so that we don't.
Someone happy to move?
Defer.
Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Moved by Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa. Yeah, the wording's fine. Okay, let's move then to an adjournment for 10 minutes. Someone happy to move? Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillors, we'll resume our meeting and we move to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee, of which there are two substantive items. Item 3 was the Skelly Recreation Reserve dog off-leash area, and number 5 was confidential. Well, have I missed one, have I? Pretty easy to do.
Infrastructure?
Oh, okay, we'll go back one. Infrastructure with one item, which was the confidential Highfields, Kratzky, O'Brien Road. This one, Councillor Carl, because there is a declaration, we will still record the votes as well. That's your declaration for that one. The item before us is in many parts. However, I don't propose to read this out. If that's okay. Councillor Carroll, happy to move. Councillor Trevor, second. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we can go to 8.4. Environment Community Committee, 2 items. Anyone like to lift any item? Councillor Kerry.
Item 3.
Item 3 is the Skelly Recreation Reserve dog off-leash area. Anyone else wanting to lift any other item? If not, the recommendation or the motion will be that the report of the Environment Community Committee dated 11 November 2025 be received, with the exception of item number 3, and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Shine, I'll hand over to you for item number 3.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, I have corresponded with the General Manager in relation to this issue, basically querying the situation as to why Harlexton Dog Leash Park allows for large and small dogs separate, and I also understand that Thies Park also has that provision as well. Why is it that we have not, as a general rule, adopted that in other parks, and can we do so? What bylaws pertain, and what needs to be changed to give effect to that?
There's probably a 3-part question there, Councillor Shine. Thank you for furnishing that prior hand. I'll hand over to you, General Manager Nick, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Thanks for the advance notice, Councillor Shine. It allowed me to do some more in-depth research. If I take you on a little bit of a journey, the history here was in 2022, we were undertaking consultation regarding the development of a dog off-leash area at Thies Park. We were getting feedback at the time around providing separate areas for large and small dogs. We obtained legal advice or legal opinion at that time, which told us that our local laws don't allow us to do that. The North Ruthven Reserve at Harlexton that you refer to does have 2 separate areas and has signage indicating that. That signage was indicated prior to us obtaining that advice, and we haven't been back to change that. In effect, that signage would be unenforceable for us. So it's something that we'll need to address and remedy. I think that perhaps a solution for us could be to explore whether we provide signage that encourages people with small dogs to use one area and those with large dogs to do the other, noting that it would be unenforceable. Probably need to think that through a little bit, because it might introduce other risks that aren't apparent to me as I'm speaking to you now, but that might be a solution that we could look towards moving forward.
I'm just wondering whether there would be a possibility of putting it on the list of local law review whenever we undertake review of local laws as well. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. I think we could do that. As you're aware, updating local laws is a very onerous exercise. If there was overwhelming support for us to do that, we certainly could. My advice to you, as you've suggested, is to note the suggestion, and the next time it's due for its scheduled review, that we explore that in greater detail at that time.
Councillor Shine, is that you satisfied with your questions? Any other questions? Councillor James, happy to move. Okay, the motion is before us, and I propose to read that out again. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Nick. We'll see you later on in the course of the meeting as well. Councillors, we move then to item 8.5, which is the Corporate Services Committee, of which there was 4 substantive items. Does anyone wish to pull any items out? If not, there is a declaration that we will need to deal with, which is Councillors O'Shea and Councillor Melissa Taylor. So that item we will remove for the first motion. So you better stay in for the first motion, and then you'll move after that one. So if there's nothing else to be pulled out, the first motion is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 11 November 2025 be received, and with the exception of item number 3, the recommendations therein be adopted. Have someone to move? Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks, Councillor James. Councillor Melissa. Thanks, Wendy. We'll put the motion up on the screen. So this is item number 3, councillors, which was quote and tender consideration plan, advertising services, of which we have the 2 declarations of conflicts. That's from last week. Someone like to move? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously for those left in the room. Wendy, thanks very much, Anne-Marie. You've got the division there, Wendy. You're right. Thanks. Welcome back, Councillor Melissa and Councillor James. We move then to Councillors item 8.6, which is Economic Development Committee, of which there was 1 item, which is the adoption of Renewable Energy Community Benefit Agreement CBA policy. Anyone need to pull that out to vote? If not, the motion before us is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 11 November 2025 be received, recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we then move to item number 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement, and welcome General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of October. So the attachments that you've received today are the consolidated financial performance statement, including the statements for several business units, key capital projects by group, and a summary report for disaster recovering funding arrangements, and the confidential monthly investment report. These reports will provide you with the operating and capital outcomes for the period ending 31st of October. So the first attachment, the consolidated financial performance statement for the whole of council, that indicates operating income tracking to budget with a favourable variance of 2.9 million or 1%. This relating to fees and charges, and operating grants for flood recovery works. Operating expenditures tracking to budget with a favourable variance of 4 million or 3% relating to materials and services, and capital income tracking to budget with a favourable variance of 1.7 million. So we've carried this one over the last number of months. This is 1.8 million for Carney Springs Clubhouse, budgeted for last year, received this year. So that will remain ahead of budget. So operating income, operating expenditure, capital income, all tracking to budget. So we don't anticipate any concerns at this stage. There will be a full reforecast in January, which we will bring to the February ordinary meeting, and every month right through to the end of the year. Capital expenditure does continue to track with an unfavourable variance. So we've got 7.4 million or 18%, including Crestbrook below budget by 2.2. So we've delivered 33.5 million of capital work so far this year compared to 47.7 for the same period last year. So a third of the way through. So obviously we're looking at all of those variances at the moment. So a question that I was asked is why if operating expenditure under budget is favourable, but operating or capital expenditure is unfavourable. So you would be very much aware how tight our materials and services budget is every year. So we're continuously looking for improvements, looking at our service levels, the services we're providing. So any savings we make in operating expenditure is favourable. With capital expenditure, it's by project. So we've got quite a few projects in the 10-year financial plan. And when councillors review those projects on an annual basis, there are always projects sitting below the line in unfunded. So we would like to ensure that the projects that we have adopted to be included in the Capital Works programme are delivered. So we will be bringing the full reforecast, as I've said, to the February meeting. So consolidated financial performance statements have been provided for water, wastewater, waste services, fleet and logistics, and for the Toowoomba Aerodrome. The Treasury report shows unrestricted cash of 255 million, or 10.93 months, against the Queensland Government Sustainability Guideline target of 2 months. Total borrowings at 195 million. I did undertake to give you the review of cash versus debt before the end of October. That review has been finalised, and I will have that to councillors in the next couple of days. Outstanding rates and charges, I can report, are tracking very well compared with the same period last year. We're slightly ahead of target. So happy to take questions.
Thanks, Anne. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, GM Anne-Marie. I actually have some questions about the DFRA. So may I direct those questions to Acting General Manager Angela, please?
Yeah, would you like to come? Thanks very much, Angela. Welcome to you. Thank you. Good to have you, Acting GM for ISG.
Thank you, Acting General Manager Angela. I did furnish these questions to General Manager Anne-Marie because they were in this report, but I believe she has forwarded them to you. Is that correct?
Yes, she has.
Beautiful. So I realise that multi-year projects can be challenging, particularly in this space, but I note the DRFA, the net capital cost to council is $5.93 million. So I've got 3 questions, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Is council expecting any further reimbursements or acquittal risks? I note in February 2022, C&D capital and operational works were expected to be completed by June 2025. Have they been completed? And what is the timeline for the final acquittal with QRA? We have events for 2022 and 2024 outstanding, and just noting that we have had significant events in 2025. So it is spanning quite a long period of time. So if I may ask those questions, thank you.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. As simply as I sort of can convey it to your first question, we are expecting further capital reimbursement for February 2022 acquittals. The risk is minimal based on the assessment patterns we've seen. So they've been able to receive, I think it was up to 99% of the acquittals. So we are expecting a positive response there. Your second question is the works aren't fully complete for February 2022. So there are 3 projects still in progress. We did receive an extension of time to the 30th of June 2026. So they are in progress, but the REPA and the Capital Works projects are all complete. So the ones outstanding are Bath Street and some Category C projects that are being run through our planning and the drainage planning team. And then the third question is the timeline for final acquittals. Now, February 2022 REPA and betterment acquittals, we're aiming for December or January, so soon. February 2022 Cat C, will be Q2 or Q3 due to that plan completion in Q2 2026. The 24 REPA will commence, the actual works will commence in December, and the final acquittal is aiming for Q3 of 2026. And then the December 2024 event, REPA works will commence in December as well and run until Q2 of 2026.
Follow up, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Acting GM. Thank you for that information. It was very helpful. But in regards to the works that were to be completed for the 2022 events that were to be completed by June 2025, which is now extended to June 2026, may I ask what the hold-up is? Is it resourcing? What's the issue?
Unfortunately, I might defer to Mike, who actually drafted the and is across this in more detail.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. In respect to Bath Street, it was a project that came late on through the program, and it's actually separately funded through the state government, so it's not a direct line of funding from QRA, so that it was tied into this to upgrade that section of Bath Street where the creek was heavily eroding into private land, and so taking that forward. So there was a lot of work had to go into that design. So that's why that one's came on a lot later. The other two projects that we mentioned, the planning projects, have always been a lot more longer term. So under the CAT-C planning projects, through our operational side of the business, there's about, I think about a dozen or more projects that came through in that planning space. So that's just been the time it's taken to review those issues that are relevant to those couple of projects. So everything's moving pretty well to time. It was a huge program, as you're aware, in the order of 300 odd million, and this is just wrapping up all the loose ends for the 22 program this year. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, thanks very much, General Manager Anne-Marie. Just one, with the report that's coming to us in February, are we expected that we're going to have a CIS prior to that? Are we going to have a CIS before that February report? Okay, great. In that briefing, can we have a conversation about if we're noticing anything with our overs and unders, with our CapEx and our OpEx, any aspects of those projects that are being capitalised that we might not have originally expected would be capitalised in a project, please?
Yes.
Yeah,
so we did develop the capital prioritisation report. So that is every individual capital project, that report. So that will show you how we're tracking, what the movement is, and if they're coming in under budget or over budget. So we'll take you through that. And from January this year, we did that reforecast. So it was an extra column in the consolidated financial performance statement with commentary around every variance. And we'll do that with the reforecast.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just mean specific projects. When budgets are, when MSOE is tight,
yes,
can be appealing to capitalise aspects of projects. So can we just have a look at, is that happening?
Yes.
And if so, why and how? And is that resulting in any of those numbers that we're seeing in this report? Thanks.
Very good. Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you. Good morning. Anne-Marie, at budget time this year, we set ourselves an organisational target of $14.75 million in projected savings in order to get a $1.5 million surplus at the end. The majority of that was coming through MSOE. I was delighted to read this report that had $4 million saved in MSOE, but the note said it was just a timing issue. So I wonder if you could talk through the MSOE savings and as well as how we're going on that $14.5 million forecast savings. Thanks.
Yep. So that 14 plus million, almost 15 million, with the early receipt of financial assistance grants, that was an additional 2.8 million. So we received that in the last week of the previous financial year and was budgeted for this year. So that actually put upward pressure on that saving. We have, so the savings that we've identified here at this point in time, they are timing differences only. So they're not savings, but we have got an information session scheduled in the coming weeks and before Christmas that we can take you through the steps that we have taken in both the labour and the materials budgets to find those savings across the organisation.
Very good, thanks, Councillor Tim. Any other questions for Anne-Marie? If not, the recommendation of the motion before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31 October 2025 be received. If someone moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Gary, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. You'll appreciate that. We move then to item number 10, which is the CEO's monthly report. I'll hand it over to you, Sal.
Thank you, Matt. Wendy, thank you. I have a couple of statements that I would like to make, Mayor, if that's okay, and probably you some of them up in your opening remarks. But based on our recent storm activities, it looks like we might be heading in to a particularly challenging wet season over the coming months. And over the past 3 weeks, our region has experienced a series of weather events, including hailstorms and heavy downpours that have unfortunately caused damage. As you rightly pointed out in your opening comments, the township of Clifton bore the brunt of those hailstorms a couple of weeks ago, and Nobby was also badly affected. I have personally visited both of those townships and witnessed that damage, and it's fair to say that some of that was confronting. We continue to provide the support, and we are working closely with the Reconstruction Authority and other government and community support agencies to support those communities. As you may be aware, some of our own facilities have also been impacted, and our staff have been assessing the impact on our council buildings. Despite these challenges, staff, SES and community members have shown remarkable resilience. Their willingness to go above and beyond to support colleagues, friends, family and neighbours is truly inspiring, and it's a powerful reminder of the strength and unity within our region, and I couldn't be prouder to be part of it. A heartfelt thank you also goes out to everyone who has been involved in the clean-up efforts, wellbeing support and the broader recovery activities contributing, and contributions are deeply appreciated. While we were navigating those issues, Mayor, I've also continued to carry on through a series of internal engagements, meetings and events, and over the past months I've had the opportunity to participate in a number of wide-ranging internal activities, including a number of disaster management briefings and meetings to ensure that we are at our readiness to act and respond as quickly as we can. I finalised my attendance at the recent Staff Recognition Award with the Environment and Community Services and the Planning and Development Group. Infrastructure Services Group regional tour, where we actually had the opportunity to have you all in a bus looking at some of the challenges that our road network has across this vast region, and also had the opportunity to spend another day with GM Nick across his areas of parks, libraries and customer service to give me a fuller appreciation of the complexities and challenges that we need to undertake as an organisation to deliver our services. And I held my final roadshow of the year at Charlton, where I think for the first time had more questions from the yellow shirts, which was really good to see in terms of the engagement that I'm now having with the broader community. So it's been a busy and rewarding few weeks with valuable insights gained across the organisation on how we do things, what we could do better, and how well the organisation rallies together to work as one. Externally, probably just as busy, a number of visits now to Clifton with the Reconstruction Authority, with yourself, SES, Lifeline and community members and my own staff. Had the opportunity to be a guest speaker at the Toowoomba Tarat Race and Enterprise, where I was able to share the vision that we both collectively have, I think, as how we grow this region and answer some questions with the building community as we start to build that sort of confidence back with them. was asked to be a award giver at the Chamber of Commerce and Business Excellence Award, and another fantastic opportunity to really understand the diversity and complexities of the businesses in this region and the way they contribute to the city. I've been able to meet with various people to explore collaborative opportunities for council, and not only which will benefit Toowoomba region, but beyond. Attended the Empire Theatre events, including the Inspiring 2025 Youth Birthday Ceremony Awards, and it's truly amazing to see the amount of talent that sits in this city. Participated in the community conversation event at Nobby, where we were able to hear firsthand from the residents around the things that we do well as an organisation, but probably more importantly, where we can do things better around the level of services and our responsiveness. Recently attended the CEO ComSec meeting, where we have the opportunity as CEOs to share our learnings across the region on things that we could all do collectively better, or where we can learn from other councils to ensure that we don't have to duplicate. And probably wrapped off the month with the ability to attend the Tourism Awards, where the Carnival of Flowers picked up a silver award for the work that was done last year. So in concluding, Mayor, it's been another productive month, albeit marked with an early onset of our disaster season. The coming weeks promise to be just as busy as we lead up to Christmas in around 5 weeks, and I'm looking forward to continuing our work together to make Toowoomba Region and Council the best it can be. Mayor.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you very much, Sal. Do appreciate it. Any questions for CEO? If not, I just wanted to place on our thanks to you, Sal, being out on the ground in those disaster-hit areas, and including our own assets as well. It's very much appreciated by staff, and certainly it's very welcomed. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much. The motion, therefore, councillors, is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move then to item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report. Councillors, that's been distributed and is in the pack as well for you, and will be online. More than happy to answer any questions, councillors, if there are any in the report. If not, sorry, Councillor Melissa, sorry.
Apologies, Mr Mayor, thank you. And apologies for not sending this through earlier. It was sitting in my draft, I think, as were all of my questions in my emails. The Regional Transport and 50 Cent Connected Region, this is really important to me, this particular one. Can I just ask, what specific next steps are required to strengthen the collective regional advocacy? And is there any opportunity to align this advocacy with Brisbane 2032 transport and accessibility objectives?
Terrific question. It's almost like it was Dorothy Dixon or something, but no, it's a pertinent question and important for our region. And in fact, one of the main reasons why we signed up for Brisbane 32, to be honest. And so therefore, we have that opportunity both to advocate for the 50 cent connected region, of which the TransLink services are 50 cents now, that we have that opportunity for TransLink buses. However, the service between here and Brisbane is not 50 cents. And therefore, that's a pretty quick opportunity for us to advocate for that, and would enhance the connectivity between the capital and ourselves and all the way along that route. That said, this Thursday, a couple of days' time, we've got a rail round table, which will include both the inland rail conversation, getting it to Gowrie, and the passenger rail conversation, Toowoomba to Brisbane, and quite a good attendance for that. And so we'll be able to give a summary of that at the next meeting, in the December meeting, and that's part of this advocacy of bringing a coalition of the willing, and more so amplifying the benefits that both have to not only the state's economy, particularly the state's economy for us from a passenger rail, but more broadly, the national economy for the inland rail. And both, although they're two different projects, aren't mutually exclusive, because they do tend to need one another to work. And so therefore the upgrade of Warrego Highway is important from a trucking perspective, particularly if it's upgrade now, to be honest, but certainly with the increase in truck movements, if or when Gowrie Junction becomes one of those stopping points for inland rail. So the advocacy message we've been receiving particularly down at the federal level as well, and the Deputy Mayor and myself were down there only a couple of weeks ago, was particularly around the inland rail, making sure that you get the coalition of the willing from a advocacy for passenger rail, and we've seen the Minister's response, which is all predicated on inland rail happening, and nothing further will be spoken about at this stage. However, we still feel we've got a great case to put forward to the state. And so this Thursday will be that next phase of bringing stakeholders together with the thought of, in the first quarter, a broader rail summit, which would be invited for all parties to come along. This is a more specific, targeted, let's get that approach going. So a two-phased approach, and hopefully on Thursday, one of the outcomes is a commitment from these stakeholders and others that the summit is the next phase where we can have federal and state ministers present for that. So hopefully that's not too long an answer. Does that answer your question, though? Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to the report? If not, the motion is before you that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 12.1, which is the annual review of Council to Chief Executive Officer delegations. Now, I note we have Bailey in the room as well for this, if need be. But Sal, would you like to make any comments in regard to this item initially before we go to questions if required?
Thank you, Mayor. Other than to probably advise councillors that I intend to do a fuller review of the delegations in the new year. This is basically a holding piece that we need to do, and please take it as that. But Bailey and I have discussed the need and desire to undertake a probably back to basics review of all delegations, and we will do that in the new year and come to you. So if you just really review this in that context, otherwise no other comments.
Yeah, I think if I could summarise it, as per the report, this is a regulatory legislative requirement to actually do this each year, annually. That's what this is for, but clearly you've stated that there's no changes to what the current is, and the review will take place. So the motion there before is that Council adopt the Council to the Chief Executive Officer Delegations Register. That doesn't make any sense to me. The Council adopt, the title is the Council to the CEO. The title of the, thank you, Wendy. Depends where you pause and put the emphasis. Okay. Councillor Carroll, moved. Seconder, Councillor James. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item number 13 is matters of which notice has been given, of which there are none for this meeting. Item 14, other business. Council determines by resolution, in other words, general business. Is there any general business anyone would like to raise at this point? If not, councillors, we move to item 15, which is to close the meeting to the public. And the reasons for the closing is that the report relates to current appeals to the Planning Environment Court and current compensation claims, and therefore it's recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government of Local Government Regulation 2012. Can I have someone moved to close the meeting? Sorry? Excellent. That's okay. Well, the first motion I've got is the meeting be closed. Well, the first motion is that the meeting be closed to the public, which is item number 15. That's the first motion. And I've read the reasons why that's closed. So that's, I beg your pardon? We'll be doing both in the closed session. Yeah, that's fine. So moved by Councillor Rebecca, second by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. You all right, mate?
No,
Wendy, back on by the looks of it. Okay, councillors, we move to 16.1, which is the confidential planning environment court appeals and compensation claims for October 2025. The motion, I'll read the motion out for you, is that the confidential report on planning environment court appeals and compensation claims for October 2025 be noted by council. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. 16.2, councillors, is a confidential Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. The motion is that the council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, will move to adjourn and return at 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. See you back at 1. kick off. Well, good afternoon, councillors. Thank you very much for returning for the afternoon session, of which we'll be moving directly into the group reports, acknowledging that that we do have the GMs in the room to present and acting GMs as well. So the first item is 17.1, which is the Planning and Development Group Report, and I invite Ed to have some opening remarks and then we'll go to questions. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'll take the report as read, but just draw you to a key point in that we've now recruited for the permanent manager role of the Place branch, and that's Sonia Kirby, who was here earlier. So the team are well poised to deliver on what needs to be done, as well as just draw you to the now monthly updates for key business activities within the group, as well as the statistics. But happy to take any and all questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We've got a question from Councillor Melissa, then one from Councillor Kerry.
Excuse me. Through you, Mr Chair. Thank you, GM Ed. I did furnish you with some questions before the meeting, so if I may. In relation to state-led development, what infrastructure pressures arise from state designations and declarations, and how is Council ensuring that local character and amenity outcomes in mid-determined projects?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, with the first one first, all development places infrastructure pressures onto our networks. So it's very much a case of working through the particular mid at the time and what networks are most impacted through that, and then engaging ideally productively with the state to manage what those impacts might look like, be it on our trunk network, be it on our more localised network, and ensure that the development, number one, can be accommodated within our network, but also that the impacts of that particular development may able to be managed or mitigated through appropriate conditioning or changes to built form and the like. So we are resetting our relationship with the mid team through that exercise, and we had a very productive meeting yesterday with the State Department within the mid group within the State Department to reaffirm the needs of Council in the mid process, and ensuring that when we provide feedback that's in the format that can be actively utilised, but also that it will be received and actioned appropriately as relevant to our particular needs, which speaks to the second question that you had going to local character and amenity outcomes. That is a continual conversation through that mid process. The nature of mid approvals is quite discrete from a typical development application or a typical development approval that Council would ordinarily give, where specific architectural treatments or street tree retention or any particular issue that is relevant to the local character and amenity is something that is focal for our teams in assessment. That's less so in the mid-process, and that's by virtue of the nature of the proposals themselves or the scale of those. So we need to highlight those through the processes, through the mid-engagement processes and the pre-lodgement processes, but then carry that through. So that was a large part of the conversation yesterday with the mid-team.
May I have a follow-up? Thank you. Thank you, GM Ed. So following on from that, can I ask a question about the trunk infrastructure and the cost that Council bears for that trunk infrastructure on mids as opposed to trunk infrastructure when it comes to what I would class an ordinary development, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. There are legislative changes that have recently been made off the back of advocacy from LGAQ that now allows for Council to recover charges, infrastructure charges for particular mid types. There remain exclusions to those mid types, predominantly state-led mids. So be it the hospital or state schools. So that cost is borne by the ratepayer in terms of the demand on our networks for those projects, but we are working up a policy position to bring back to council, ideally in the new year, that provides us a formal charging mechanism to charge for those mids where we can, albeit the legislation allows us to do that. We do want to formalise that within a policy position, so that it's an active body of work for us. But the short answer is, if it's a state project, we continue to foot the bill.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. My question relates to infrastructure charges that was referred to by Councillor Melissa. I just can't find where it is. It might have been in your earlier report today. I'm not too sure, but anyway, the question is why is there a great difference between the charges on the one hand that we make and the receipts that we get?
Thank you, Councillor. It's a great question. It's in the quarterly update is probably the most readily available statistic to talk to. So within the quarter, Council issued $28.42 million was the total value of infrastructure charges issued. In terms of the receipt, it was 5.17. It is very, very common for a large gap to exist between the charges notice issued, because we give that charges notice as part of the development approval. The charges only become payable when the development's completed. So that represents, I guess, the volume of approvals that we are issuing, and we're very busy issuing approvals for development. It's a really good lead indicator for future development activity, and the conversion rate remains something that's long studied to understand how many approvals turn into developments, but that represents that, as well as where proponents deliver trunk infrastructure as part of their development, the cost of that trunk infrastructure is reduced against, or the charges payable is reduced against that. So there is refunds or waivers associated with the delivery of that, because that charge cost pays for those networks.
Just to follow on, the timing of the payment is not immediately, it's when the construction actually is completed or starts? Or?
Correct. It's either prior to commencement of use or prior to the lots being created themselves. So it's very much the last thing that's paid prior to a development being completed.
Very good. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, GM Ed. Feedback we get is sometimes it's quite, our planning process is slow and we're hard to deal with. So it's really good to see that we've got some new people coming into the team to help free up some resources in the graduate starting in December. And I like reading that we've got a customer survey that's been developed which is included on the decision email following the finalisation of the DA, and requesting the applicant to rate their overall satisfaction with Council's development assessment service and an option for additional comments. Has that gone live?
It went live, I think, 3 or 4 days ago, so we don't yet have any data.
I was going to say, do we have any data?
To furnish council with. I think I'd like to say when an approval goes out, the feedback is good, but I think what it's about is getting a series of consistent line items that are responded to that we can then track over time, so that we can focus and hone our improvement efforts for customer service.
And it might highlight certain areas that are general themes, which is great.
Absolutely.
Good news.
Very good. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Ed, similarly to Councillor Melissa's points on the MIDs, noting that we've also got solar and wind are not council accessible now, and it's a very, in my opinion, clear, well, perhaps they're forcing our hand on what our city will look like, and that may be removed from us, not to mention the infrastructure charges that we may forego on many of these. My question is around state facilitated development rather than MID, and I speak specifically about the Station Street over here, social housing. So it's started. I do know there was a sod turn on Friday that I was anecdotally invited to, but I don't think anyone here, unless I'm wrong, Mayor, was officially invited to.
I was there.
You were there?
I was representing council.
We did all the work on that. with Brisbane Housing Company prior to you making the spot, doing a decision, the whole deal. Is that just the case that we wash our hands of it now, we give them the spot, say this, and then they take it from there and we have nothing to do with it? How does that whole situation work?
It's a great question, Councillor. I'd have to take the specifics on notice, but what I will say is the broader SFD process is one that the state are currently reviewing, and there are legislative amendments currently either very soon to be considered or currently being considered by Parliament around what that pathway is when there is a mid-process and a planning and a mainline development assessment process. So it is a live area, but I'm happy to look into the specifics of Station Street and understand what council's role going forward might be.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I just think it's a great project in a great spot, and we did a lot of work on that, and I'd kind of like to know how it's going. Anyway, thank you.
Well, I'll give you an update on it. It really wasn't a sod turning, it was a construction progression turning, because it's well and truly underway. And we sold the land. That's our commitment. We're done. We're finished. Our negotiations and finished once we sold the land. So there's nothing else. No other commitment we've got. Yeah, Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. To you, Ed. And you may be able to answer, or you may not be able to answer. But the Vanity Street social housing. Any updates on that or where that is at? And then there's a part 2 question as well.
The consultation end date just finished on the Vanity Street project, so it'll be moving through, I guess, the final stages of assessment through the mid-process. You would expect to see, all things being equal, the state to make a decision around, well, prior to Christmas, I would expect.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully there's a good outcome there. Part 2, the Harry Street lights, and that may be Angela's part as well. Where is that at this stage in your world?
Yeah, so relating to the Toowoomba Grammar Mid, and I guess this was part of some of the dialogue with the state yesterday in terms of the effect of that ministerial infrastructure designation and the way in which that was approved. Will likely require the upgrade and the signalisation of Herries and Suffolk Street. That's obviously that is a fairly significant change to the local traffic regime, as well as, I guess, the character of that area. From an approval perspective, the mid is given, and that is open to the proponent to carry that out, and they're obviously under construction. We are currently working with the proponent and their consultant team to minimise the impact of any signalisation, as well as any verge works and associated tree removal to facilitate that intersection. We're looking to work that through. It is still early days. It is subject to an operational works application that's been devolved, I guess, to council through the mid-process. So we're effectively carrying that outcome through the mid-process, and we need to work through that, which we are.
Thanks, Ed. I'll wait with bated breath to see what happens there.
Very good. Any more questions, councillors, for Ed? Councillor Rebecca.
Just to pick up on what Councillor Mantyfel was saying with that work, that as it progresses, I trust that it's been relayed to council what has come back from the community a fair few times about safety concerns on Harry Street there with the reduced visibility, and I just raised that to feed it back.
Very good. Ed, noting in your report you speak about potential applications for the next round of the Residential Activation Fund, which from the Queensland Government perspective, not quite sure when that'll be, but it'll be first quarter perhaps of next year. There's also, of course, the Australian Government opportunities with the Housing Infrastructure Facility and the Australian Housing Future Fund. So the half and the half, if you like. And obviously we have an ability to apply for all of those. Is there any risk in applying for the same piece of infrastructure, critical infrastructure, for both the state government and the federal government?
Thank you for the question. We're looking to progress the RAF, the HAF and the HIF. It's a planning RAP. We're obviously proposing to pursue grant funding as a preference, as opposed to loan facilities or debt facilities through the HAF and the HIF. In terms of risks for applying for that, I think the infrastructure is required. There is a demonstrable need to service the growth requirements of the city, as articulated by the LGIP and as articulated by the patterns of development. So where we can augment our existing costs that the capped infrastructure charges regime doesn't cover, we'll look to pursue any and all funding subject to the prioritisation and the capital works delivery program. The risks of achieving funding are the requirements of that fund. So be it timing, be it a particular quantum of lots or dwellings to be unlocked, we need to work through that. And that's what the team are looking through at the moment, with particular focus on the RAF, the Residential Activation Fund, to vigorously pursue opportunities for what will likely be round 2, which is the $2 billion allocation out of that to service some of the larger infrastructure needs, particularly as we look south.
Sorry, Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just following on from your question about the RAF, GM Ed, I've actually had a couple of questions recently in regards to the RAF and about whether we had applied for a water treatment plant for the Mount Peel area. Just a question from several areas within the community, whether we did apply for it in the first round or whether we, and if we didn't, are we possibly looking at that in the second round? So happy to take that on notice, and just an email just for some information would be great. Thank you.
Very good. So, councillors, the motion there is before us, which is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. So someone moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks very much, Ed. Appreciate that. Move to Water and Waste, which is number 17.2 on your agenda, and invite Acting GM Mike to come forward. Mike, maybe a few opening remarks and then we'll go to questions.
Good afternoon, councillors. The Water and Waste Services Group report for October is tabled for your consideration. Obviously a busy month, as everywhere across council. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mike. Appreciate that. Questions? Councillor Sean.
I note that at the end of October, the quantity of the water in the dams from 87%, and with the recent rainfall, it's probably higher. The CEO has forecast a wet summer. Do you see? Well, what conclusions do you draw for the timetable of commencement of construction of the works at Cressbrook Dam?
Thank you for that, Councillor Shine. Currently, Cressbrook itself is actually around about 77-78%, so it's actually under 80, and so we've actually tuned back the release of water, and we're actually taking water now out of Perseverance upstream, so to speak, to give some increased capacity there for any inflows. So, and Perseverance is probably around the high 90s at the moment. So that'll be good for that in having a little bit of detention upstream. In respect to the project itself, it's still on track for construction underway mid-26, so mid-next year, and a lot of work's happening to get through finalisation of sign-offs and that through all the what will ultimately be through the regulator.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, the motion before us is that Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate all your work as the acting GM as well. Is this your last substantive meeting as the active GM for statutory meeting? Till Jake comes back?
Unless you have a special one.
Okay. Just for you. Righto. Item 17.3, Infrastructure Services Group. And thank you, Angela, acting GM. Now, keeping in mind, if we do talk about attachment 5, we'll say a teary farewell for the time being for Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary. Okay, so over to you, Angela.
Thank you all. I'll take the report on it's been as read. I believe Councillor Melissa has some questions, which
Very
I'm
good.
happy to.
Okay, unless it's part of attachment 5. No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Acting GM Angela. I did furnish you with some questions, so if I may, let me find them. So Drayton Wellcamp Road, if I can start with that one first, please. I just note that it's ready for final seal early 2026, but with the completion of these works, have we had any safety issues? How is the road performing? We've had a bit of feedback from community, so just would like an overview on that, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. There's not a lot to say. I haven't had any specific feedback or commentary, and we haven't had any specific safety concerns raised. Certainly the team will continue to monitor closely the conditions on site and make sure that it stays as safe as we can have it until that final seal.
Thank you. And now on to Highfields Kratzky O'Brien project. I note in the report that the final design is still underway. When is the anticipated start of construction? First question. And also I note that the service provider quotes, i.e. NBN and Telstra, are still expected. Are these impacting the overall delivery timeline? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. The finalised design is what I would call imminent. So essentially the actual design has been completed, but we wanted to make sure we incorporated the landscaping design into the design element so that it's not an add-on. So that's been done. And then our final task was a road safety audit, which is just a task we do to make sure we get an independent auditor to come and check the site versus the new design and make sure that there's no safety things that we overlooked. So that had a couple of minor tweaks before we finalise the design and do what we call issue for construction. So they will be issued this year or early December. As for when we're starting works on site, so there have been some early works out there. We are planning on having our crew start probably late Q1. We're working on the program now. There are always risks when dealing with our service provider or utility friends. Probably NBN is the bigger risk at the moment. So we have got those quotes in. We're just reviewing and addressing them. We don't have a lot of control. But the project management team are certainly mitigating and putting that float in the program to make sure that we don't have slippage. And then one thing I will add, we are working really closely with the comms team to develop the strategy of letting the community know exactly what to expect and when to expect it. So that'll all start early in the new year.
Thank you. It's a very good update, Angela. There'd be another Highfields Chamber of Commerce meeting before the end of this year, I would assume. So it may be pertinent for us to actually have a communique that goes out before then.
Well, there's on the 2nd of December, General Manager Ed is actually speaking at 6:30 a.m.
Good on you. He's
At that
just
meeting.
kind of prepare for it now.
Yes, he has.
Yes,
So,
okay.
so that might be a good opportunity.
Making sure that Ed's got that same information. Yeah, terrific. Councillor Trevor?
Thanks, Mayor. Acting GM Angela, you may be able to tell me or not. The accident-prone Euston Road corner, where are we at with that? I know engineers have assessed it. Is that done? And hopefully, when can we expect some signage on that corner?
The finalised assessment hasn't come through the GM's office yet, so I believe it is imminent. They've certainly been working on it and assessing what we can do, if anything. As we've had the conversation, we'll do what we can as far as signage, perhaps speeding limitations, but that assessment is coming through. So, yeah, I'll get the team to prioritise that.
Okay, thanks for the update, and it'd be great once it's through, let us know. Cool.
Okay, any more questions, councillors? If there's not, we do need to do this in two parts due to attachment 5 having a prescribed and a declarable conflict of interest, so we'll do it separately. So the first motion is that the Infrastructure Services Group report, with the exception of attachment 5, be received. If someone moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. So Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary, if you'd like to remove yourselves, and we'll do this next one. Thanks very much, Wendy. Appreciate that. So the next motion is that attachment 5 to the Infrastructure Services Group be received. If someone moved by Councillor Edwina, second by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're back. Thanks very much, Angela. Appreciate that. Okay. Item 17.4, councillors, is the Environment and Community Services Group report. And welcome and acknowledge GM Nick. You've been involved already today. Yes. Appreciate you now for the group report, Nick. So hand over to you for some opening remarks and we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Keep it simple from me, no opening remarks. Councillors, reports included in your agenda. I'll take the report as read and I'll answer your questions to the best of my ability.
That's a disclaimer. Thank you very much, Nick. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, GM Nick. Not a question, but just a shout out to the Toowoomba Art Society. It's been an amazing 3 weeks. Mr Mayor, Councillor Trevor and I have had some fun at the Toowoomba Art Society over the past 3 weeks. Saturday was the finale of the celebrations, celebrating an extraordinary milestone of 100 years. Just amazing. Saturday was also the launch of Sandy Pottage's remarkable book, The Toowoomba Art Society, and I do recommend the read to everybody. What I loved about the book is it's not just about Taz's journey, but it's researched in a deeply thoughtful storytelling of Taz's journey, but also of incredible, iconic Toowoomba regional places, i.e. Kath Dixon. Who else was there, Mr Mayor? Toowoomba South School, that's Girls' School, that's right. So it really is an amazing book. It's brought together with Sandy's passion and her love for our local art scene. So a big congratulations on behalf of everybody to Taz on reaching 100 years, and a big congratulations to Sandy on capturing the soul of that century so perfectly.
Very good. Questions, Councillor Trevor and Councillor Rebecca.
It's probably more of a comment. Councillor Melissa, book is only $20, so really, really cheap investment. It's got, great Christmas present. Thank you, Councillor Edwina. But yeah, available at the Toowoomba Art Society up in Godsall Street. It is a book well worth reading. Following on, I happened to MC the Merrill School Achievement Medals ceremony. Great night. I believe it was instigated by Mayor Di Thorley many, many years ago. I think in my term in council, it's probably one of the best moments I've had presenting to all those kids across our region, hearing their heartfelt journey through life. But yeah, certainly a great night.
Well said, and you did a terrific job emceeing it too, Trevor, I have to say. As those who've been there, many have, in fact, nearly all would have been there. There's some pretty heart-wrenching stories there. You did a great job. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, GM Nick. This one's also a bouquet with a little question. Under Environmental and Regulatory Services, a bouquet that an events approvals officer has been appointed, and that's going to be terrific for all of those events applying for traffic management plans under subordinate local law 1.12 and 1.14, I think it is. Yeah. And then if we go to the attachment where we've got the subordinate local law 1.12 and the applications, noting that the report talked about that there's still that body of work being done on how to streamline, improve, digitise that application. And one of the ones that we talked about as being a case study, I suppose, of how we can do things differently and better is that Peak to Park that's under assessment at the moment. And that one is a really good one for us to consider because the course doesn't change. They really know, they've been doing it for 20 plus years. They really know their stuff. So that all of that to say that there's good opportunities for us to continue to improve that process, and it's really pleasing that you and the team have brought that approvals officer on board just to centralise, because it was a bit disparate, and so I'm looking forward to hearing positive things from the community too.
Hand over to you, Nick.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. If I could just take that opportunity to provide a little bit of a comment too, that some of the different things that they're trying now with that single point of contact is bringing together all the relevant parts of council and actually meeting with the applicant where the application might be a little bit complex. And so there's a recent example of having done that, meeting with the customer, bringing together the different parts of council that had touch points, and there were multiple, and fast tracking that whole process, and it went a whole lot smoother than it has in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Under Parks and Recreation, the wild dog check fence, has that been repaired at our cost? We paid a huge precept, and the way it's worded there, it's our responsibility to fix it. I'm concerned about that. How much did it cost, and did it come at our cost? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. A couple of things. The precept that we pay, I think, is for the rabbit fence, not for the wild dog check fence. The wild dog check fence is our asset and our responsibility, so it is at our cost.
Just ask you there, because we used to, when we were smaller councils, I think it changed after that. So is everyone take charge of their own length of fence, because it comes in round not John Darien, Dolby, round at the back there, it used to be Womboshire. So it comes in there, so everyone prepares it at their own cost, is that right?
Yeah, when it comes to the wild dog check fence component of it, each council's responsible for its upkeep. In terms of how much this cost us, this body of work, I'd need to check that for you. It's included in council's capital works budget each year. We do have an allocation generally most years for upkeep and maintenance of that fence. And Councillor Carroll, you'll remember a number of years ago, we probably weren't keeping up with the maintenance responsibilities there. Now I'm quite confident that we're doing a much better job there now.
And thank you, Nick, because the whole dog fence probably needs a review, because in certain areas it's not being looked after as it goes all the way out to the Channel Country. And you know, I guess one has to ask the value of it at this point. Is it keeping them in or is it keeping them out? Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions for Nick? Councillor Trevor, the motion before us is that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Nick. We move to 17.5, Councillors, which is Corporate Services. Last substantive item for the month of November for the ordinary meeting. And welcome to Anne-Marie. Welcome back, Anne-Marie. Again, I'll afford you some opening remarks if you'd like some, and we'll go to questions.
I have got afternoon, councillors. I have got a few questions I noticed, so I'll take the report as read and happy to take those questions.
Okay, questions, councillors? Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, GM Anne-Marie. I forward you some questions too, so if I may. There's a few here, so I'll just go through one by one. One is about the exit interviews on page 3 of 6. So just wondering why the exit interviews are not being conducted despite being offered, and what barriers exist to capturing the exit feedback?
Thank you, councillors. So every person that leaves council, whether they're in a permanent, temporary, casual position, is offered an exit interview. So there are no barriers to completing an exit interview. There is a form that must be completed, and that form is the notice to resign. And that form also includes that Net Promoter Score. And we know that 80% of exits actually complete the Net Promoter Score, but they elect not to complete the rest of the form. So we offer exit interviews in person, via Teams, external. You would recall a couple of years ago, we engaged an external company. So there's many, they can have it with their immediate supervisor, with a manager, with a general manager. So we offer a variety of options, so there are no barriers. But it's a good question. It's something that I'll take on notice and see if there's more we can do in the engagement space. And I know myself, I encourage when people are leaving to complete the exit survey, just for the feedback is invaluable.
Thanks, GM Anne-Marie. My next question is about the local spend targets, page 5 of 6. So our financial year to date, the local spend is below target, 56 v 60%. Can you remind me how that target was set, and how is the target 60% and not higher than 60%? And then what corrective action is underway for being below target?
So when we first set out to engage local suppliers, we were spending about 20% of our annual budget locally. The state government has a target of 30%, Queensland, so to try and spend 30%. So 60% was always a stretch target for us as an organisation. You know, we did 61% for the month of October, so we will continue to strive to achieve that 60% target, but it was always a stretch target. We could have put 30 as the state, but right from the beginning we said we'd stretch the target. There are many, many contracts that are, specialist services that are not provided locally, that we've got no option but to source outside. Local government insurance, our work cover insurance, ATO, all our payments to the ATO. I'm trying to have a few examples here, and most of the examples here I have are specialised legal advice that we can't source locally. So there's quite a few. When we centralised the procurement function, that really gave us a great oversight of the compliance, and we continue to strive to ensure that we are spending as much as we can locally. And on top of that is that the payment terms. So we moved from 30 days end of month to 14 days date of invoice. So we're trying to spend wherever possible, spend locally, pay quicker, so we're keeping the money circulating in our own economy. Now, following your questions, I've asked the team to do a bit of benchmarking, because I'm not aware of anyone else with a target as high as 60%. But we're doing a bit of benchmarking, and I'm happy to bring that one back, just how we are compared with other local governments.
Thank you, that'd be interesting. And just my final question, if I may, please, Mr. Mayor, is on the grant applications. As per the grants dashboard, can I clarify we have a success rate for this year of 100%?
Yeah, that's correct. So there's only 2. So we've got quite a few still being considered. So we have got 100%. So if the 2 that have been awarded, we've been successful with both of them. At that dashboard, you've got access to that dashboard in your, so you can keep an eye on it live, how we're tracking. We'll keep it updated.
Okay, thank you. Challenge is to keep the 100%.
Sorry?
The challenge now is to keep the 100%.
It sure is. So the other one about house, we've joined the South East Queensland Funding Network, just the second part of your question there. So what we're doing, we meet every couple of months, look at the challenges other councils are experiencing. So most councils are in the same situation with us, with quite a few pending grant applications pending consideration. But we've come a long way in the last couple of years, and it's an area that we're continuing to focus on.
Thank you so very much. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. Thanks, General Manager. Can we just go to that attachment to the incoming grants dashboard? Because to my mind, there's information that's not being captured by this. And I think of, for instance, the Residential Activation Fund, that's $20 million. We had $54 million from the state government that's not reflected in this. We've got a $97 million application for disaster ready funding for the dam. So those big numbers, I can't see them being reflected in here, but I think that there's an argument to be made that they should be, because that's our work that we're doing to secure that funding too.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. So with the 54 million, I am working with the water team about how we record that here. We are still working with the state on when we're going to get it and the terms of that agreement. But I do agree, those ones, I'll make sure they're reflected in the dashboard.
Thanks.
So just on the submissions, you've got to date 330.4 million. 96 submissions. Does that include the 97 million for disaster ready? That's the one we spoke about. Yeah, okay. Very good. Thank you. Any other questions? No further questions. The motion before us is simply that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Appreciate that. Councillors, that concludes the ordinary meeting for November. Thank you for your attendance and your input. I do appreciate it. We will close off this session and we'll go immediately into our next session. Thank you.